This is what the radar looks like across the Midlands right now. It's a mix of rain, ice, and possibly snow in some areas. Thank you so much for joining us this morning for News 19 This Morning. I'm Darcy Strickland in for Julia Kaufman, who is on assignment covering the winter weather in Newberry County. We're going to check in with Julia in just a couple of minutes. But first, as the day continues, many areas of the Midlands will see a wintry mix of precipitation. And we've got two members of our most accurate weather team, Chief Meteorologist Efren Afonte and Daniel Bonds, with us this morning for all the details on this storm that's moving across the Palmetto State and really much of the southeast, gentlemen.
It is going to be one of those days where it's like, okay, it's just not a fun day. But one thing is for sure, that this rain, well, it's not for everybody. There has been a mixed variety of what we have. Let's first start off with what the temperatures are like, because these are going to play a big component of how it feels. Temperatures in the northern Midlands, it's 32 degrees. Bishopville sitting right now at 31. 33 for the most part when you go across from the Columbia Highway all the way across Divine Street onto Sumter Highway. But even though with the temperatures being just above freezing, the big element is the winds. Now, we currently have sustained winds in most of our Midland communities, upwards of about 15 to 20 miles an hour. Notice Saluda, though, the winds are at 26. We do have gusts that have already been reported between 35 and 40 miles an hour. When you put those winds along with the air temperature, it feels a whole different. It feels like 19 right now in the city of Saluda. It feels like 22 in the capital city, 23 in Camden. And because there's such a variation in temperatures and with the wind chill, that's why when we see the radar of actually what's going on, we go around the areas. And in Newberry, and I will tell you, if you folks in Newberry have pictures or videos, we'd love to see what's going on, because according to this, at least for the last 4 hours, there's been a variety of snow or snow and sleet in many portions of Newberry County. In Fairfield County, it's been either freezing rain, sleet, or maybe a little bit of snow. But you get into areas of Kershaw, Sumter, and Lee counties, very likely we've got a heavy precipitation of both wet rainfall as well as some freezing rain. And then when you get pretty much from Lexington, Richland, and into portions of at least portions of Calhoun County, it's mostly rainy, maybe mixed in with some freezing rain. Now, the good news is that as much rain is coming down in Aiken and Saluda, as well as in Orangeburg County, it is just rain. It's cold, but it's rain. And the thing, Daniel, that we've got right now is that all of this is going to continue. We're not out of the woods yet.
No, you're right. And you're talking about the precipitation. My wife just texted me and said there's some sleet falling in Winsboro. So radar at least is verifying some of that activity for the parts of the Midlands. We know what's going to happen over the next several hours. That freezing rain and mixed precipitation is going to continue to spread across the Midlands, but slowly as we continue to push through the morning hours, warmer air will start lifting northward. Notice above I-20 still do have that mixed precipitation, mostly freezing rain. And then as we continue to move into the afternoon hours, notice that heavy rainfall continues to push towards the north. The mixed precipitation kind of comes to an end, but then colder air spills in behind that low as it pushes out of here. And you notice our forecast model tries to paint in a few stray snowflakes later this afternoon and this evening. But the big story today obviously is the freezing rain. And then as we work our way into tomorrow, it's going to be cold tomorrow morning. Some of this leftover moisture on the ground could refreeze. That's something we'll have to watch for Monday morning. We do expect the highest ice totals to be in the northern half of the Midlands, where that ice storm warning is in effect. Elsewhere across the Midlands, there will be at least some ice, but the ice storm warning area, that is where the highest accumulation is expected. Just show you this just for the fun of it. There may be a few snowflakes out there. If we do have any snow, it's just going to be basically something you can kind of look at and say, oh, there's a little bit of snow. But the big story today is the ice. Minor to major impacts in this area. The farther north you go, you may have some even more slowdowns and impacts, especially up towards Charlotte and into North Carolina. High temperatures today, low 40s, maybe upper 30s, 44 degrees for your MLK holiday. Keep in mind there can be black ice tomorrow morning if you are going to be out. Things start warming up mid-50s by Wednesday, and then some colder air spills back into the Midlands on Friday. Right now we're going for some precipitation with highs in the lower 40s. We'll take another look at your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Darcy.
Daniel, thank you so much. Our team coverage with our meteorologist continues. Early this morning, meteorologist Alex Calamia shared this video on Twitter about the conditions outside his home.
6 o'clock in the morning out here in Columbia, and it is already icy on my porch. We have rain happening outside right now, but the problem is that the surfaces and the air temperature now right about at freezing, so my railings are covered with ice. You can see that even the porch itself is covered with ice, some of the plants covered in a coating of ice. And with temperatures continuing to drop below freezing over the next few hours and really no sign of this rain switching over, you can expect these ice accretions to just become more widespread. Stay at home today. And it's windy too to add on top of that. So anything that's covered in ice, like tree branches, for example, could snap pretty easily when you combine the weight of the ice and the wind happening out there as well.
Alex, thank you so much. Our team coverage this morning of the winter weather continues. We're going to begin this morning with Julia Kaufman. She is in Newberry County. Julia, what are you seeing on the streets this morning?
Right, Darcy. We're in downtown Newberry. So far, it is cold, it is rainy, and it is very, very windy here in downtown Newberry, but that's about the extent of inclement weather here so far. The wind is looking to be causing some problems, though, already. We're staying in a hotel, and the power flickered earlier this morning. I also spoke to Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster. He said the wind may have caused some people to lose power, and the gusts are strong enough to take down tree limbs and pick up branches, so be extra careful if you're outside.
I think we're answering some alarm calls right now because of that power surge that went by, and that's probably going to be because of limbs falling. When I came inside, a branch blew up and hit me, and so it's rather windy. The gusts are pretty high, so I'm assuming that's what caused that. But right now we haven't had any problems reported.
At last check, Sheriff Foster said there were reports of ice in Whitmire, which is about 16 miles north of here in downtown Newberry. But keep in mind, the entire county is under an ice storm warning. Now, he says extra sheriff's deputies are on shift today. They have extra 911 dispatchers on standby to help the community if needed. But he says your best bet is to just stay home, where it's dry and it's warm today. So that's the situation here in Newberry County so far. I believe my colleague Rachel Ripp is just east of me in Fairfield. Rachel, what's the situation looking like over there?
Hey Darcy, I'm not gonna lie to you, it is so cold out here today. You can see this rain coming down, and on the street we have some drivers over here. The roads are pretty slick, but they're not frozen over just yet. You can see these trees though along the edges, and they have all these icicles on them. Now, as far as what we know for right now, there are 100 power outages in the north and south part of Fairfield County, and there are crews working on those outages right now. They're still determining how many crews they need out in Fairfield County for the rest of this storm. There are no accidents at this time, according to the sheriff's office, and there's really light traffic, as you can see, right here where we're at. Now, it's very cold, so like I said, stay inside, stay warm as best you can. You can see we've got some ice branches out here, all of that ice coating, and everything is just coated in ice with this freezing rain. Be sure to stay safe out here. Reporting live from Fairfield County, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
Good morning, everyone. I'm in downtown Columbia this morning. I'm located on the corner of Main Street and Taylor Street, so we're right in the heart of the city. And this morning, it has been quite wet. We've seen a good amount of rain falling in the area, a lot of puddling. Branches and limbs seem to be wet, and it's also been pretty windy out here as well today. Seen some wind gusts blowing the branches around, but overall, not too icy and not too slick. And not many people have been out this morning. It's been pretty quiet. Power seems to be good in the area. So as of now, everything looks pretty solid. But we'll continue to keep you posted in Columbia. I'm Walker Lawson, News 19 WLTX.
Walker, thank you so much. With this type of winter storm comes power outages. Governor McMaster says the majority of the state should be prepared to see downed power lines and expect to be without power for a few days. Taking a look right now in the upstate, Oconee County is currently reporting the most outages across the state at 5,457. Kershaw County, 1,620 outages. In Richland County, more than 1,800 people are in the dark. Sumter County reporting 851 outages. The number of total power outages statewide stands at just over 27,000. Of course, those numbers are going to be increasing as the morning goes on. Earlier in the week, our work crews were stocking up and fueling cars ahead of the weekend. Fairfield Electric says that they will have all staff on standby today. Dominion Energy also says that they are ready to go. If you are a Dominion Energy customer and your power goes out, the company is advising you to download the Dominion Energy app, and then from there you can request assistance through the app. That means making sure you have your cell phone charged. If your power goes out, we're on your side this morning with some tips on how you can stay warm and keep your family safe. First of all, close off all rooms to avoid wasting heat. Next, close your blinds or your curtains to keep the heat inside. You can also stuff towels or rugs under cracks and doors. You can wear layers of loose-fitting, lightweight clothing to stay warm. And finally, be sure to eat and stay hydrated. Food provides energy to warm your body. You should avoid alcohol and caffeine. If you're using a space heater in your home to stay warm, the Columbia Fire Department is urging you to give it some room. They say you should keep anything that's flammable at least 3 feet away from your heater. That includes paper, clothes, rugs. They also recommend that you keep your kids and your pets away from the heater. The fire department also says turn off your space heater if you're leaving home and before you go to bed. And if you're planning on using your fireplace to stay warm, we've got some tips from the state fire marshal, Jonathan Jones. Here's how he says you can prevent a potential house fire. Jones says to make sure the fireplace has a sturdy screen to stop sparks from flying into the room. Wait until the ashes are completely cool before putting them into a metal container, and never put ashes in a cardboard box or a bag. For every winter season, make sure your chimney is cleaned and inspected by a professional. Officials say that it is safe for you to stay off the roads. That's what they're advising you to stay off the roads. But if you have to go out, SCDOT Secretary of Transportation Christy Hall spoke on new measures that the agency is taking to make sure that drivers are safe.
Heard Director Woods mention the wrecker service. That's something new that we added to our toolbox this year to supplement the SHEP responders that we typically have in the area. So we have 62 vehicles specifically assigned to clear incidents along our interstates and our key routes, which is incredibly important because once a vehicle breaks down on the road, whether it encounters a mechanical issue or a rough patch of ice, it's incredibly important that we help get that vehicle cleared and get those folks to safety.
In case you are caught out on the roads this weekend, we're on your side with tips on how you can drive safely during icy conditions. First, it's recommended that you not use your cruise control. This could cause your car to slide. Next, be sure to leave more room in front of you to prevent rear-ending the car that's in front of you. Always accelerate and brake slowly. And finally, stay calm and steer into a skid to help maintain control of your vehicle. With winter storms expected in parts of the state throughout today, DHEC says some COVID-19 testing and vaccine clinics may be closed or have different hours today. The health agency is urging you to confirm the site is operating and open on schedule before making an appointment. Our weather team is following the storm track closely, and they're going to make sure to keep you updated. Remember, it's very easy to connect with any member of our weather team on Facebook, on Instagram, Twitter, on the News 19 website, and on our mobile app. And we'd love to see your pictures and video of what's happening in your neighborhood. When it's safe to do so, go ahead and join our WLTX Weather Watchers Facebook page. And when it's safe to do so, send us a couple of pictures, maybe even some video. And who knows, we may be able to use your post on our newscast. As a reminder, if you see weather happening in your area, again, you can send us pictures. through social media, or you can text us pictures by sending us a message at 803-776-9508. Again, 803-776-9508. Be sure to include your first name and the location and what you're seeing. Maybe even a timestamp could help us. And we'll share some of those pictures as we go throughout the next hour of this newscast. Still ahead today on News 19 Sunday morning, the weather is pretty bad across a good part of the country. We're going to show you how others are dealing with this wintry mix of precipitation and check in on flight cancellations. Plus, another update on your Midlands forecast. You're watching News 19 Sunday morning. Mm-hmm.
Sunday morning to you. We are still tracking the wintry weather across the Midlands. Ice storm warning in effect for Kershaw, Fairfield, Newberry counties. For most of the other parts of the Midlands, we still do have that winter weather advisory. We're starting to see reports of some icing, especially in that winter weather advisory area. So if it is safe to shoot some pictures, you can always send us our way. We do have that rain in the southern half of the Midlands. Got mixed precipitation basically along and north of I-20. As mentioned earlier, my wife did say Winnsboro was getting in on a little bit of sleet. So if you are seeing something like that, please let us know. Newberry, maybe some sleet, maybe even a snowflake or two. But you notice we do have that heavy precipitation moving all across the Midlands, and that's going to be the case, it looks like, the rest of this morning. So as we go through time here, we'll pick things up at 8:30. Notice that mixed precipitation continues to move across the area, but you notice as we get into that early afternoon hours, slightly warmer air does move northward. We start to see just some heavy rainfall basically north of I-20, though you still have that mix, and it's really just going to be freezing rain. Gradually, as we get to the early afternoon hours, that chance for rain will start to decrease, and then as the moisture kind of pulls on out, some colder air is going to move in. There may be just enough moisture left to get a novelty snowflake or two. Again, the bigger story today by far is the freezing rain. If we do see a snowflake later this afternoon or this evening, it'll just be for fun. The freezing rain is really the big thing. I wish we were talking more about snow and not freezing rain. You don't want freezing rain whatsoever, but that's the case that we have, especially along and north of I-20, but we're starting to see some reports over towards Lee County and even over towards Lexington County as well, with some icing on the trees. So that will continue this morning. High temperatures, we'll say upper 30s to near low 40s or so, 44 degrees for your MLK holiday, and then gradually things do warm up mid 50s by Wednesday, and then some more clouds on Thursday. Another system's going to approach the area Friday, and to Saturday there will be a chance for some precipitation on Friday with highs only in the lower 40s. So we'll take another look at your forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Darcy.
Daniel, thank you so much. We're going to check in now with Kershaw County Sheriff Lee Bowen about what's happening in his area this morning. Sheriff, thank you so much for taking a couple of minutes to talk to us.
Well, good morning, Darcy. How are you?
I'm doing great, Sheriff. How are things over in Kershaw County?
Oh, so far so good. It's we got a little frost on our trees. The roads haven't froze over yet. Power out in a few areas of the county, but other than that, it's hadn't got bad yet. Hopefully we'll keep people off the roads.
That is always the hope, Sheriff. You prepare for the worst and hope for the best. What is it that you're telling the residents of Kershaw County this morning?
Well, we're pretty much telling them to stay home and enjoy their milk sandwiches. No need in getting out on the roads and taking any chances. Most of the churches have closed today for the weather, so there's not a lot of reason to be out on the road. So hopefully everybody will stay home and enjoy their weekends with their inside.
That makes sense. Sheriff, do you have more deputies on patrol this morning, or are you all operating as usual?
So far we're operating as usual, but we have two other shifts and some of our admin personnel on standby in case it does get bad.
All right, Sheriff Lee Bowen, we appreciate you taking a couple of minutes to speak with us this morning and to make sure the residents of Kershaw County are safe every day. We'll check in with you again a little bit later today.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, folks, the same storm hitting us right now has already caused havoc in other parts of the country. This is video from Kansas City where snow and ice lined the road. Several vehicles slid off the road and they were seen spinning out of control as they attempted to get up a slick roadway, I should say. And transportation officials in Virginia are trying to get it right this time. They began pre-treating roads on Thursday in an effort to avoid scenes like what we saw earlier this month when snow and ice caused a 40-mile backup that stranded hundreds of drivers on I-95. From the roads to the air, if you plan on traveling today, you might want to check if your flight has been canceled or even delayed. So far, 18 flights have been canceled today at Columbia Metropolitan Airport. There have been no reported delays. That's according to FlightAware.com. As always, we will keep you updated with the latest information on air and online at WLTX.com. And again, as another reminder, if you have pictures or video of what's happening in your area, please send those to us on social media, or you can text us at 803-776-9508. Stay with us. There's more News 19 Sunday morning coming up after this break.
Well, welcome back to News 19 Sunday morning. You're taking a live look right now off of the South Carolina DOT over Greenville. That, folks, is a lot of snow, and you can tell a lot of people are paying attention. No one is on the roadway, which is a good thing, but they've been getting a lot of snow. We haven't been getting a lot of snow, at least for the most part. In Newberry County, though, it does look like, at least for the last couple hours, that there may be a mix of sleet and snow coming down. And as we talk to Sheriff Lee Bone, most of the area in Kershaw County has been pretty good. Now, this looks like it's freezing rain, but the good thing is that very likely at the lower levels, it is liquefying and just turning into rain, but there's still a chance in many areas of the northern, central, and eastern Midlands where we could be dealing with a little bit of freezing rain. Meanwhile, as you're looking into areas from Saluda to Lexington, most of Richland County, and then of course for Aiken, Calhoun, Clarendon, and Orangeburg counties, it's rain coming down. The one thing about the rain, though, is that the winds, this is the wind gusts that I was mentioning earlier. We've got wind gusts in most areas that are exceeding 30 miles an hour. And with that in play, the trees are going to get a little bit frozen, and we could be looking at more power outages. And we're not done yet. You can see a lot of precipitation that's still moving into our Midland communities. And we're not done yet, because when you look at the overall picture, there's still a lot of rainfall coming out of southern Georgia and the low country and all heading our way. But the big thing, Darcy, is that with as much precipitation as still getting, the big thing is that with the winds, we're going to be looking at more icing on trees and power lines for the next few hours.
Oh, that's the exact opposite of what we want to hear, Efren. Obviously, when those trees come down, so do the power lines. And so make sure that you're charging your cell phone. Even if your power goes out, you can follow us on social media and on our News 19 mobile app for the most up-to-date information. So we want to show you something. Check out this shot of the rain and the ice developing on the trees. This picture is cool with the lighting shining through the tree branches, and this close-up of the tree branches really shows how the ice is building up. As always, we encourage you to send us pictures of what's happening in your neighborhood. Thank you so much to morning meteorologist Alex Calamia for submitting these pictures. We may share your photo on air, but I do want to stress to you, only send these pictures if you can take them safely. Do not risk your life and safety to send WLTX a picture. We want to see what's happening in your neighborhood, but we want you to do it safely. That's why we've got our teams out in Fairfield and Kershaw County and in downtown Columbia. Want to be a part of our News 19 weather team? So simple to join. Daniel is here, Efren is here. Go to Facebook, click Let Me In, and they will let you in. Actually, you click Join Group. You don't click Let Me In. That's not on there. All right, let's see the kind of pictures you guys have been submitting so far. This is out of Elgin. Looks like we've got some ice on the tree limbs there. And then the next photo we have, I don't know the location, but that is an icy bug right there. So the fact that you can see that the ice is coating that red bug means that the ice is probably coating the road in the area where that vehicle is parked. Okay, you guys were just trying to tell me, do we know the area where that vehicle is parked? We don't have that location. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to have more on the other side of this break about what's happening in your community. Another live look at the rain falling. I believe that's over in Fairfield County. You're watching News 19 this morning.
It's going to be serious, but we could not be more prepared than we are right now.
Governor Henry McMaster saying we are ready for whatever this storm may bring today and into tonight. Good Sunday morning. Thank you for joining us for the second half hour of News 19 Sunday morning. I'm in for Julia Kaufman, who is on assignment covering the weather in Newberry County. We're going to check in with her in just a few minutes. But first, as the day continues, parts of the Midlands could see ice, sleet, gusty winds, and maybe a novelty snowflake here or there. Chief Meteorologist Efren Fonte joins us now with meteorologist Daniel Bonds. Daniel, you're getting a pretty accurate forecast of what's happening in Winnsboro from your wife. That's working out well.
Yeah, she said they got a little bit of sleep. They also now say they don't have power. So I said, you need to go ahead and fire up the fireplace and get that house warm before it cools off too much. But Efren and I have been tracking this all day long. Actually been tracking it basically since the middle of last week. And it looks like things are getting pretty icy across the Midlands, Efren.
Because we've been seeing this rain that's been going on, and we're going to take the grand tour and see how everybody's doing. We're going to first start off in Newberry. We're going to be talking to Julie Kaufman soon. The precipitation overall in Newberry County has been mixed. Now, even though this is depicting snow, the one thing is that it's pretty far away from the radar. So a lot of this white and purple that shows sleet and snow is very likely at the upper levels, but as it's hitting the ground, it's turning into rain. But still, a lot of precipitation in Newberry County. Saluda, still a lot of precipitation, but the good thing is that most, if not all of it, is rain. You get into Fairfield County, unfortunately, like Daniel Bond says, there's no power in the house, but there is definitely, especially when you get into central and northern Fairfield County, there could be a mix of heavy rain and some freezing rain. And then when you get into northern portions of Lexington and upper Richland County, although it's showing pink, it's very likely, as we stuck our head out the window or out the door at the station, it is coming down hard, heavy rain. We get into northeastern portions of the Midlands, all the areas from Kershaw to Lee counties, and then even northern portions of Sumter County, it's pink. But again, this is far away from the radar, so it may be coming down as sleet, but by the time it gets to the ground, it's rain. It doesn't look like a lot of rain, but you folks know out in the northeast Midlands, there's a lot of rain coming down. The good thing is that when you get into Aiken, portions of Edgefield, and then even into western central Orangeburg County, all this is still rain. It has been rain all night and even to this morning, so that's a good thing, but there's still a lot of rain coming down. And then when we get into areas of southern portions of Calhoun, and then all the way into Clarendon County, even though this is showing pink, that's still heavy rain, and all this rain in central and eastern Orangeburg County into Lake Marion is staying as rain. It is heavy rain, but the problem we have, Daniel, is that there is a lot of rain, and all of this still hasn't stopped, and it's going to be a while.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some time before all this ends, so we'll kind of break down the forecast for you, show the timing of when we expect this to kind of move on out. But we'll pick things up at 9:30. You notice still got that mixed precipitation. The majority of that mixed precipitation is going to be in the form of freezing rain. There may be some sleet pellets kind of mixed in at times, but you notice that warmer air starts to lift northward. This is 11 o'clock. You still do have the freezing rain basically along and north of I-20. By 12 o'clock, more warm air streaming northward, and then gradually we'll start to see the rain and freezing rain will kind of come to an end. Colder air starts swinging in behind this system, and at least this forecast model does try to bring in maybe a stray snowflake or two. But the major story today really is the freezing rain and the problems that will cause. And then looking ahead towards tomorrow morning, if we do have that leftover moisture, there may be some black ice. So that may cause an issue as well if you're going to be out tomorrow morning traveling. But the good news is it is a holiday, so a lot of people have the day off and a lot of schools are out as well. Still expecting more ice, especially in the northern half of the Midlands where that ice storm warning continues. And as we mentioned, there may just be that very small chance we could have a snowflake or two, but anything like that would be trace amounts at best. The big story today is the freezing rain. That's going to be the case through the morning hours. And you notice as we get to the afternoon hours, temperatures may climb into the lower to possibly middle 40s for the southern half of the Midlands. Looking for highs tomorrow in the mid 40s, low 50s on Tuesday. We warm up to seasonable conditions on Wednesday before things start to cool back down, it looks like, towards Friday and into the weekend. And there will be a chance for some precipitation, it looks like, Friday and then maybe into Saturday as well. But we'll take another look at your forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Daniel, thank you so much. We're going to continue our team coverage of the winter weather impacting the Midlands by heading out to Kershaw County. That is where we find Newberry County. I'm sorry. That's where we find News 19's Julia Kaufman. Normally, she's in the studio on Sunday morning, but Julia, I've taken over your seat. I'll keep it warm for you until you can make it back in the studio.
Darcy, I'm only a little bit jealous because it is cold here. It is raining, of course, and very, very windy in downtown Newberry. Newberry County Sheriff Lee Foster says that wind is proving to cause some problems for people. Some people have lost power, he believes, due to downed tree limbs. The hotel we're staying at, their power flickered this morning, and the entire county is under an ice storm warning. We're seeing trees here just lining Main Street. They're beginning to freeze over. So far, the roads here are very wet, but we're not seeing any ice. But remember, bridges and overpasses, they freeze before the roads.
So best, in my opinion, is just stay at home for a while. It looks like this will be over with sometime this afternoon, and then you can get out and get about. But best is just stay home and enjoy your warm house.
Now, Sheriff Foster says they have extra sheriff deputies on staff today, extra 911 dispatchers on standby to help the community when and if needed. Keep in mind, many church services canceled for today. There was also an MLK Day parade celebration scheduled here for this afternoon in downtown Newberry. That's been canceled as well. So as Sheriff Foster said, if you can, just stay home, enjoy the warmth of your home, and stay off the roads. That's the situation here in Newberry County. I'm going to send things over to our Rachel Ripp. She's over in Fairfield County. Rachel, what's it looking like over there?
Hi friends, we're here off of US 321 and you can see all of this rain coming down. You can see over off to the side there are some houses back here. Now, according to the utility manager for the town of Winnsboro, he tells me that there are 100 power outages right now across the area in the south and north part of those areas. And also they have some crews working on those outages right now, and they're still determining how many more crews they need to add based on this storm. We're seeing all this freezing rain. It's very cold out here, so please stay inside and stay warm. Now, as far as the sheriff's office, they tell us that traffic right now is really light, which is a very good thing, and there are no accidents at this time. Like I said, you can see just all of this rain. We're right here behind this Food Lion. Reporting live in Winnsboro, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
Rachel, thank you so much. Emergency officials and Governor McMaster are warning you that this storm will bring ice and slick conditions on the roadways. They are urging you to stay home and to be safe today.
Some of us go be pretty much stranded at home. So have your flashlights ready, have whatever you need ready. Stay home. For those who need to get on the roads, be very, very careful. But try to stay home.
State Transportation Secretary, the state's Transportation Secretary, I should say, also shared some important information about why people across the state should stay off the roads.
We are recommending that you extremely limit your travel and avoid travel if at all possible due to these hazardous driving conditions. Not only is the ice and the other winter weather of concern, as well as the black ice, but it's the trees and the power lines that we are expecting to come down to create these road closures that is a special concern to us going forward. We will do everything that we can to keep these roads reopened and keep everything safe, but we ask for your help. Motoring public, please stay home and avoid travel if at all possible.
As you heard from DOT Secretary Christy Hall, with this type of winter storm comes power outages and trees coming down. Governor McMaster says the majority of the state should be prepared to see down power lines and expect to be possibly without power for a few days. Taking a look right now in the upstate, Oconee County is currently reporting the most outages across the state with more than 5,400 power outages. Over in Kershaw County, 1,263 outages. Richland County has dropped down to 359 outages, and over in Sumter County, they're reporting fewer than 300 homes or businesses in the dark. The number of total outages in South Carolina stands at 18,000, but that number could be increasing as the morning goes on. Work crews were stocking up and fueling their cars ahead of what we're seeing today. Fairfield County, the electric co-op there, says they will have all staff on standby today. Dominion Energy also says that they're ready to go. If you are a Dominion Energy customer and your power goes out, the company wants you to download the Dominion Energy app and request assistance through the app. Also, a reminder, if you see weather happening in your area and you can safely snap a picture or get video, please do that and text it to us. It helps us tell a better story when we can incorporate what you're seeing in your neighborhood. The number is on your screen. It is 803-776-9508. Again, 803-776-9508. Thank you to everyone who has already submitted pictures. Be sure to include your first name and the location in your text. And who knows, your pictures may be like the ones that we are showing on air right now. Also a great time that if you have a question for one of our meteorologists, they should be able to answer that for you. So here's what we're seeing in Prosperity. Icing beginning on South Main Street, Macedonia Church Road. Here's what we're seeing in that area. All right, let's see what the next picture is. Cynthia from Sumter. I was like, wait, what? Cynthia from Sumter says this is a friend's deck in Greenville at 7:45 this morning. Cynthia, it's too early for you to put two cities in there like that for me. I got a little confused. This picture is from Prosperity as well. Thank you so much for submitting that. Ice on the trees in front of this home. Ice on the trees there as well. More icing. Fort Mill after daybreak. It does look like a light dusting in that area. Branches breaking off trees on Lake Carolina. We know with the icing in that area and temperatures below freezing, we can expect to see some downed tree limbs. All right, folks, don't go anywhere. There is more News 19 Sunday morning with our chief meteorologist, Efren Afante, and Daniel Bonds following this winter storm making its way through the Midlands. You're watching News 19 Sunday morning on WLTX.
Well, good Sunday morning too. We are monitoring the wintry weather. There's a live look at I-20 eastbound at Spears Creek Church Road there. You don't want to be on the roads this morning. Obviously, we do have those winter weather advisories and that ice storm warning for the northern half of the Midlands. There's our current setup. We've got this low pressure system, associated warm front. That warm front's continuing to push towards the north. As it pushes towards the north later this afternoon, or at least during the early afternoon hours, most of this activity will just turn into more of a rain type event. But right now we do have that mixed precipitation, especially north of I-20. So there's a live look there. Doppler radar shows the snow in the upstate, but here's what we're expecting over the next several hours. Gradually that warm air does push northward. As it does, the chance for a wintry mix starts to come to an end until we get to later this evening and tonight, and then maybe a novelty snowflake or two. We're not expecting much of that. The biggest story today is going to be the freezing rain, especially in the northern half of the Midlands where that freezing rain and ice storm warning is in effect. 42 degrees our high, 44 tomorrow. We gradually warm up into the mid-50s by Wednesday into Thursday. Then things cool back down Friday into Saturday with a chance for some precipitation on Friday. But we'll continue to monitor the winter weather advisories and warnings. We'll have any updates as needed. Darcy?
Folks, stay with us. There is more News 19 Sunday Morning coming up after the short break. You're watching News 19 Sunday Morning as we continue to follow the wintry mix of precipitation making its way across the Midlands. We're checking in with local law enforcement to make sure things are moving smoothly in their communities. Daniel Simon, he's the sheriff in Lee County. Good morning, Sheriff.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing well, sir. How are things over in Lee County?
Well, we got freezing rain over here. The grass lines are iced over, and some of the trees. And I've just heard on the radio a couple of transformers has blown in several areas of the county. So it appears that some residents don't have some powers here. Don't have power.
Sheriff Simon, with those residents without power in your community, I know there's a lot of rural areas in Lee County. What do you say to your residents who are without power, maybe watching us on the News 19 app this morning?
If you're watching on the News 19 app, they've got the power company that's stationary throughout the county. So just stay put. Don't go outside near the power lines or anything. Hopefully power will be restored shortly.
Sheriff Simon, do you have more deputies on the roads this morning patrolling, or is it basically business as usual until you need to call those folks in?
It's basically business as usual. Where I mainly see majority of the icing and the freezing rain is located near toward the center part of Lee County, back toward Kershaw and the Kershaw, Dollars, and Chesterfield area.
Sheriff, thank you so much. Be safe out there. We appreciate what you do to keep the folks in Lee County safe, not only today, but every day. All right, folks, stay with us. There's more News 19 Sunday morning coming up after this short break.
Welcome back to News 19 Sunday morning. There's a big mess out there, and still, if you see, a lot of precipitation is still falling down, but I want you to show really quickly what we have, because the amount of precipitation we have, as cold as it is, well, the big problem is that a lot more rain is coming through. And Darcy, I looked at the trees outside the station, and above 10 feet, all the trees have got icicles on it, so we're not out of the woods yet, and the power outages is still going to be an issue.
All right, Efren, we appreciate that. And we appreciate the hard work of our News 19 team of meteorologists. Folks, we're going to wrap up this newscast, but we're not going away. You can find us on social media and on the News 19 app throughout the day for more updates. We'll see you again a little later.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.
everything just pretty looks wet. But when you get higher up, 10, 20, 30 feet, if you got trees, look at the trees right now, and you'll see that not only are they waning, but you can see a little bit of ice that's developing on it, and that's going to be a big issue. The other issue, the wind gusts. We have sustained winds at 15, near 20 miles an hour, and it continues to gust over 30 miles an hour in many areas, and that's going to be an issue with all the weight that's on the trees right now. We've already seen multiple reports of trees being down. This is what it currently looks like. Now, the good thing is that if you look all across the Midlands, there are some areas like in northwestern Fairfield, portions of Newberry, maybe in eastern Saluda, portions of northern Aiken County where the radar is indicating that things are breaking up. That's a good thing, but if you look at the precipitation itself, most of this, especially when you get into Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw counties, that's pretty far away from the radar. So although it looks like there may be freezing rain, there are still pockets of considerably heavy rainfall that's coming down. Let me show you without the precipitation type. This is just water. This is just the liquid water. As you can see, there's still a lot of rain that's coming through. And with that in place, anything that is above the surface with that wind chill, that rain is going to connect to the ice that's already there, and the ice is going to continue to build. Not only trees, but we're talking about power lines as well, telephone lines. The biggest issue, Darcy, that we're dealing with currently is that the rain is still going, and with the winds howling the way they are, the multiple tree reports we've had of being down, this is going to be the case. Now, Daniel, we're not done yet. It may be tapering off, but we still have quite a bit to go.
Yeah, it looks like we've got some more rain on the way, and that's going to be the case through the morning hours, even as we go into the early afternoon hours as well. Now, the National Weather Service has updated their advisories for parts of the Midlands. The advisory now no longer includes Orangeburg or Aiken counties, but for the rest of the Midlands, still under that advisory, and still do have that ice storm warning for Kershaw, Fairfield, and Newberry counties. You see these areas in blue, that's the winter weather advisory. So updated advisories, Aiken, Orangeburg counties no longer included in that winter weather advisory. As Efren just showed, some of that rain is trying to break up just a little bit, but we've had a number of reports of freezing rain and ice reports, over 17 at this point. You saw them all there, and we're going to continue to see that chance for some heavy downpours, possibility for some freezing rain, obviously, especially in that area where the freezing or the ice storm warning is in effect for Newberry, Fairfield, and Kershaw counties. This is 11:30 though. That warmer air does start to stream northward, and as it does, start to see more of a liquid precipitation. The air temperature starts to rise just a touch, but as we go ahead through early Sunday afternoon, notice the rain continues to move across at least parts of the Midlands. Some colder air tries to move in on the backside of that system, and then most of the moisture is out of here by the time that colder air moves in later this evening and tonight. But we can't totally rule out maybe a novelty snowflake or two later this evening and tonight. Big story though by far still the freezing rain, and another big story tomorrow, all this precipitation that's going to be left over. It's going to be cold tonight. It could refreeze. That may cause some issues on the roads with black ice. As far as additional amounts of freezing rain, this would be mainly for the northern counties. Kershaw, Fairfield, Newberry counties, you're talking maybe 0.05 to a tenth of an inch additional accumulation. So it's not over as of yet, and just to show you, there may be at least trace amounts of a few snow flurries out there. But again, the ice is the bigger concern. Speaking of ice, black ice may be an issue tomorrow, and it's not really black. We've kind of mentioned this before, but it's a very thin layer of ice. It's very thin, and it makes things very, very slippery. So that's going to be a problem potentially tomorrow morning. So thin, matter of fact, it's practically transparent, and it makes it very hard to spot if you are driving. So you do want to keep that in mind. If you happen to have to go to work tomorrow, I think most schools are out, but if you do have to go to work tomorrow morning, there will be that potential for some black ice with any of the precipitation that's left over from today. High temperatures today, probably we'll say upper 30s, low 40s. It's going to be a cold day across the area. Mid 40s tomorrow, but the sunshine does return. Then temperatures start to return closer to normal by Wednesday, mid to upper 50s. Then we start to cool down once again as another system approaches area. Right now there's going to be a pretty chilly day, Friday, Saturday, and there's going to be a chance for some precipitation. We'll just leave it at that for now, but we are seeing that wintry mix continue across the Midlands. Gradually it will decrease, and then the weather will be improving tomorrow. Darcy?
Daniel, thank you so much. We're going to turn things over now and check in with State Trooper David Jones. He's joining us now on the phone. David, I know law enforcement has been encouraging residents to stay off the roads this morning because of the inclement weather, because of icing, because of the threat of freezing rain. What are you all seeing on the roads this morning?
You know, Darcy, as the conditions change, some people are going from Lexington County and they're trying to go to Newberry to take the kids to see the snow. We're heavily discouraging that. Stay off the roads if you can, because the conditions are changing from one county to the next. You go 20 miles north and you start to see a lot of trees on the road, a lot of ice on the highways. South Carolina Department of Transportation tweeted about 15 minutes ago that parts of 26 in Newberry eastbound for 10 or 12 miles is closed due to poor road conditions. So be mindful of that. Know that there's trees falling all over the northern Midlands. If you go to our website, you can find those up-to-date incidents that we're responding to. But again, up Blythewood, Fairfield, Newberry, the further north you go in the Midlands of South Carolina, the more trees and the more road issues we're facing.
Jones, you do this every day. You're out on the roads every day monitoring how people are driving. And we know when it's raining, it's not really, you don't see the best drivers. But when you combine rain with freezing rain, the chance for snow, and even those slick spots from icing, you have an even worse situation. What should drivers look for, or how should they carefully proceed if they are faced with having to go out in this weather?
Yeah, you know, even on a summer day when we see a downpour, we see a lot of wrecks whenever we see the roads become wet. We always encourage, limit your distractions first and foremost. Reduce your speed. That's the biggest priority. Slow down. Just because it's 60 doesn't mean you need to drive 60, so reduce your speed. Look ahead for any down trees or power lines. And if you get in these areas where power may be affected, know that some of those traffic lights may be out. So, again, as you travel around, as the morning has gone on and we see more and more people get out on the roadway, we're seeing more and more collisions and crashes. So just know that what you're seeing in your front yard may be totally different 10 miles up the road. So be mindful of that. We're out in full force throughout this event. Every trooper that has a uniform is out working. So we're going to be here for you if you need us. If you find yourself stranded, there's a lot of resources available. Call us. But again, if you don't have to travel, stay off the roads. Do yourself a favor, and it does us a great favor.
While we've got you on the phone, I'm going to ask you a couple of more questions. Let's talk about the fact that bridges and overpasses ice faster than the roads do. What's your advice for that?
Yeah, and the South Carolina Department of Transportation has done a good job preparing for this. And to give your crew at WLTX a pat on the back, these weather people have been nonstop telling us it was coming. So we know that as the afternoons and the sun sets and some of these roadways still maintain water, we may see ice. You may see bridges that start to ice over as the night goes on. So just know that if you encounter these poor conditions, reducing your speed greatly increases your chances of maintaining control of your car. So reduce your speed. If you do encounter ice, never slam on brakes. Gradually push your brakes and counter steer whichever direction your vehicle is going. We tell people all the time to use good common sense when driving, but every event like this, we see people in the ditch because they wanted to take their family to go see snow. We understand that, but you're putting yourself and you're putting your family in jeopardy when you make that poor decision to drive to the northern Midlands. So, you know, if I could give you any advice, tune in to WTX, watch the coverage you guys are doing. You can see the pictures go on social media, but don't put yourself in harm trying to go to some of these northern counties experience this winter weather that we're seeing.
Trooper David Jones, we appreciate your help today, sir. We'll check in with you again in a little bit. All right. Have a great one.
Thank you.
As we just heard from Trooper Jones, there are issues on the roads. Our team coverage continues in another county predicted to see some very messy winter weather. That's Fairfield County, and that's where we find News 19's Rachel Ripp. Rachel, I can see the iced over trees behind you, which is bad for a number of reasons, but they're right next to power lines, which, as we've heard from Daniel Bonds already, there are power outages in that area.
That's right, Darcy, absolutely. Now, I just spoke with the utilities director here in Winnsboro. He tells me there are 2,000 power outages at this time, and they have crews working on getting those power lines back up, getting that power back to homes and back to families. Now, they have those crews working, and they've tried to get that power back up. For some of those families, it's been successful, but others, not so much. It's going back off. And as you mentioned, yeah, these trees are all iced over, all of them cracking, and what sounds like fireworks almost is what we're hearing out here as those huge limbs just fall and crash to the ground. So please be safe out there. Please do not go outside. Do not drive if you don't have to. It's freezing conditions out here, freezing rain, as we've been saying over and over again. So for now, reporting live in Winnsboro, Rachel Ripp, News 19 WLTX.
Rachel, thank you so much. We're going to continue our team coverage coming from Fairfield, heading into Kershaw County. Our crews have been all over the Midlands, surveying the weather conditions and checking out to see if there's any damage. We're out there so that you don't have to be out there. We're going to turn things over now to Julia Kaufman. Again, Julia is in Newberry. Julia, we heard from Trooper David Jones that there are roads that are being closed at this hour. We've been following you on social media. You're sharing those same images and pictures. Talk to us again about what's going on in Newberry.
Right, Darcy, thank you. So the morning really just started off with rain and wind, but as time has progressed, things seem to be getting a little bit more serious as ice is accumulating on the trees. It's causing road closures, as you mentioned. I'm going to step out of the way. You can actually see how the ice has accumulated on the branches. It's literally weighing them down. So when these big gusts of wind come through, you can imagine how it's easier for them to snap and break, which is causing power outages. The city of Newberry's utility department reported an hour ago that several traffic lights are out on Wilson Road, and the light is out on College and Kate. They warn that if you come across a stoplight that is out, treat it as a four-way stop, be careful, drive slow. And a lot of residents are experiencing power outages. A section of Wilson Road near the Food Lion is blocked due to a downed power line. So that is why many officials are urging you to stay off the road, stay home if you can. On top of that, SCDOT is reporting a 13-mile stretch on I-26 East in Newberry County is closed. That's mile marker 76 to 63. So as you can see, as the day progresses, more road closures, power lines are starting to come down, power outages are happening. So the sheriff is urging people, stay home, stay safe, and stay off the roads if possible. Darcy?
Julia, thank you so much. You guys be safe out there, okay? Closer to the capital city now, there are thousands of folks who are in the dark at this hour. Their power is out. Some surfaces and trees are beginning to get coated with ice. News 19's Walker Lawson continues our team coverage with an update from Columbia.
We are out here in downtown Columbia, located on the corner of Main and Taylor Street. We're right in the heart of the city, and here we're just seeing a lot of rain so far, some puddling on the sidewalks and on the roadways. We did see some icy trees, though, out in the community as we went around. As for people on the streets, no one is out and about walking. Everyone has taken the precautions to stay home. Now, for the roads, there are a couple cars that have been out and about, but not many people driving around. So we'll continue to monitor the latest conditions going on here in downtown Columbia. I'm Walker Lawson, News 19 WLTX.
Walker, thank you so much. As we've heard from our crews in the field with this type of winter storm, there are power outages. Right now, here's an update on power outages. The winds have picked up around Richland County, and there are thousands of customers who are in the dark. Dominion Energy encouraging you, if you are a Dominion Energy customer, to download the app. That way you can report your power outage. They'll know firsthand and work that much harder to get the lights back on for you. Again, 14,000 folks across the state in the dark at this hour. Also, during these types of weather situations, flight cancellations are very common. Earlier today, Charlotte Douglas Airport tweeted out this video. It shows crews busy clearing one of the airport taxiways. It takes a lot to move the snow off the runway. The airport also sharing video of their plane de-icing process earlier today. So far, 18 flights have been canceled at Columbia Metropolitan Airport. There have been no reported delays. That's according to FlightAware.com. As always, we encourage you to check with your air carrier before heading to the airport, and you can get the latest information, updates on what's happening around the Midlands when it comes to this winter storm, not only on air but also online at WLTX.com. This is a look at I-385 North. This is in the upstate. What a difference just 100 miles can make. There's a lot of snow on the road, a difficult area to maneuver. But as always, we want to make it clear to you that this is not the time to go out and sightsee. This is the time for you to stay at home and use your friends at WLTX to be your eyes and ears. We often talk about the difficulty of navigating the roads during snow, but many in law enforcement will tell you that driving on wet roads and icy roads are just as difficult, and that appears to be the lion's share of the situation that we're seeing here in the Midlands. Of course, we're going to keep an eye on our traffic cameras across the state. We're going to keep an eye on the weather specifically here in the Midlands, and we'll be back on at noon with another update on air and online. Thanks for joining us for News 19.
Thank you for watching News 19. Did you see a story you loved? Download WLTX on your Roku or Amazon Fire device and watch it again right now.